Good morning. The hearing board of this, oh, sorry. I saw myself and I heard myself. Okay. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Wednesday, July 24th, 2019. The time is just after 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have 2 items on our calendar, but only one matter for hearing today, and we're going to take that first, and that is the South Coast AQMD versus Venice Baking, aka Innovative Baking, case number 6144-1 for an order for abatement. And who is representing the executive officer this morning?
Stacy Pruitt for the executive officer.
Thank you. And who is representing Venice Baking?
Greg Wolf with York Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Can you please spell your first and last name and for the record?
Gregory, Gregory, Wolf, Wolffe.
And what is your position?
A principal.
Thank you very much. Do you need that restated, Madam Clerk? Okay, fantastic. Before we begin, I'm just going to ask anyone who wishes to testify in today's proceeding to give evidence to please rise right now to be sworn in. It includes anyone on the respondents. If you wish to give evidence today or testimony, please rise to be sworn in, or any member of the public as well. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Pruitt, would you like to begin your opening?
Yes. Good morning. The district was prepared to go forward on a stipulated order for abatement this morning. And I have to apologize how late you received it yesterday, but we were still trying to negotiate some of the conditions. And yesterday evening, I got a call and there was a request to eliminate one of the conditions. And as late as this morning, I understand that there is yet another condition that is not going to be stipulated to as it was received. So my position right now is a little different than it was because I'm not sure. I have information that it's not going to be contested, that we can work through it, and I've got my engineers here, but as of right now, we don't have a stipulation, and the district, if necessary, is prepared to go forward with proving up their case. I don't have my inspector here. However, I believe that Mr. Wolf is agreeable to stipulate to the facts if we need to go that direction. But I would ask, because it's only, I believe, one condition that has caused them an additional problem this morning, and we may be able to hammer it out if we take a few moments, or we can go forward, whichever is your pleasure.
Well, does it make sense to state for the board what condition and give positions, or do you truly believe that in shorthand meeting with the parties that you could potentially come to an agreement? Because if that's not really possible, we should move forward.
I believe that we can come to an agreement. Once I've spoken to my engineer, and she believes that we can come to an agreement, and based upon what I've been told this morning, this is the only change that Mr. Wolf would be asking us to make.
And how long are you anticipating when you say you think you can come to agreement?
I would say no more than 10 minutes, because if we can't come to an agreement in 10 minutes, then we're going to have to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, would you like to be heard on this? Or do you agree that you would like an additional, let's say, 15 minutes to try to work out that last portion?
We agree with the 15-minute recess to be able to confer and then get back to the board.
Okay. So then let's take a break until 9:30. And at 9:30, we'll come back on the record, and either we have stipulation or we'll proceed as contested.
Thank you.
Okay. We're off the record.
this is.
We're back on the record, and I'm going to turn back to Ms. Pruitt for an update on whether there's stipulation.
Yes, there is a stipulation, and I would like to update you on the changes. Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
thank you. In the proposed findings, number 9, it should read,
Can you tell us the page? So number 9 in the findings, not in the actual order?
yeah, this is the findings and decision stipulated. This is the findings of fact, page number 3.
Thank you.
Number 9. It should read, "The district, by this petition, seeks an order for abatement to require respondent to operate, subject to this order of abatement, until thermal oxidizer is installed and achieves compliance." Period. I'll read it again. Oh, slowly. Okay. The district, by this petition, seeks an order for abatement to require respondent to operate, subject to this order for abatement, until thermal oxidizer is installed and achieves compliance.
Do you mean to say to operate subject to the conditions of this order for abatement?
Yes, thank you.
And do you mean to say the thermal oxidizer, or to in any way or any manner distinguish which thermal oxidizer we are talking about?
I will give you the application number if that would. Okay. Okay. It's the thermal oxidizer as filed under application number 6. That's okay.
We're just making sure that all board members are actually on the correct
Okay.
document. It is the proposed findings and decision. We received them this morning in hard copy in what you received in your folder, as well as by email yesterday. So if we can just take a moment to identify where that is.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
We're off the record for a few moments.
Do you need me to repeat? Oh.
Okay, we're back on the record. We're all on the same page.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
thank you.
So the thermal oxidizer under application number 611170 is installed and achieves compliance. Does anyone need me to repeat it again? Yes, okay.
And achieves of compliance, again, is that, are we being very specific about what rules, or just with district rules?
Well, So it would be under district rules.
Thank you. Did you need, we needed to repeat it, correct?
Yeah.
Good, everyone?
Mr. Balago,
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yes.
knew somebody asked.
yes.
Yes, can you
Okay.
please repeat?
Thank you. The district, by this petition, seeks an order for abatement to require respondent to operate subject to the conditions in this order of abatement until thermal oxidizer under application number 611170 is installed and achieves compliance under district rules.
You may continue.
Oh, thank you. The other change would be on page 5, number 13. Are we all there? Okay, thank you. Up and until the VOC control equipment is installed and in full operation, the respondent shall operate the ovens, open paren number 1, number 2, and number 3, close paren, and emit no more than 600 changes to 667. Pounds of the addition would be total uncontrolled VOC. So the changes thus far in number 13 would be 600 to 667. And after of, it would be total uncontrolled VOC. And the last change would be uncontrolled VOC emissions from fermentation, comma, baking, and combustion in any calendar month. So the changes, again, would be 600 to 667. Total would appear in front of uncontrolled at line 18. And after fermentation would be comma. We'd eliminate and. It would say baking and combustion in any calendar month. And that is the extent of the changes.
Okay, board members, did everyone get those changes? Madam Clerk, thank you. Okay, Ms. Pruitt, you may begin with your opening then.
Okay, I'm going to try to piece it together. Well, I'll be brief at this point. For over 2 years, Venice Bakery has operated ovens numbers 1, 2, and 3 without venting to a thermal oxidizer. Presently, they have a permit to construct a new thermal oxidizer, which they intend to vent all 3 ovens to. If the if the order is approved, they will limit their emissions to 667 pounds of VOC per month. As soon as the thermal oxidizer is in place and achieves compliance, Venice Bakery will be in compliance with District Rules 202 and 1303. And at this point, that is the extent of my opening.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, would you like to give an opening statement?
We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this stipulation with the district council. At this point, we have, the Venice Bakery has been doing this for some time, has been managing compliance with their program. And I think I might actually ask Jimmy to elaborate on it, but they have gone down a road of trying in the past to develop an emissions control system that didn't operate the way that it was proposed by the vendor. So this is something that they unfortunately have had to deal with on their own without the ability for the vendor to come back and fix the errors and guarantees that they did not fulfill. And as a result, has had to go back and now apply for the permit to construct a new thermal oxidizer, along with the costs of purchasing and installing that new oxidizer. So this is something that they're looking forward to being able to put into operation.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. And we'll come back to you for any additional statements or any other witnesses you wish to present. But I'm going to turn it now over to Ms. Pruitt for any witnesses she may have.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to call Tracy Nguyen. And Ms. Nguyen, you were here when they swore the witnesses, correct?
Yes,
And did you raise your hand?
I did.
Thank you. Anything further?
If you can ask her to state her name, spell it, and give title.
Thank you. Please state your name, that was my first question, and spell it and give your district title, please.
My name is Tracy Nguyen, TracyNguyen, and I'm an air quality engineer too.
Okay. And how long have you worked at the district?
I've been with the district for 14 and a half years.
Okay. And in your current position, how long have you been in that position?
I've been with this current position for that many years and I started with the district.
Thank you. And are you familiar with Venice baking?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the equipment that they currently operate?
yes I do.
More specifically, are you familiar with their ovens numbers 1, 2, and 3?
Yes,
And are they in compliance based upon your information?
at current condition, they are not because they're not venting. They with their proposed emission of
Well, excuse me.
with the proposed throughput that they filed in the most recent application, they are actually required to vent it to the control. And at this time, we issued a permit to construct for the new control equipment.
Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question. I'll ask it differently. Is oven number 1 in compliance?
Right now, because the oven number 1 was an existing equipment without permit until they filed the application for that, and that the current open application will serve as a temporary permit to operate for oven number 1.
Thank you. Is oven number 2 in compliance?
Right now, it's not because it's not venting to the control.
And is that a requirement?
Yes, it is a must that they have to have a control for the
Under what?
VOC.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Under what rule?
Route 1303
Is oven number 3 in compliance?
is not because it's not venting to the control either.
And under which rule?
It's the same 1303 rule.
And is there a thermal oxidizer in operation?
Currently, there's no thermal oxidizer is in operation.
Are there any permits for a thermal oxidizer that Venice Bakery has?
Yes, we back in 2017 when they actually 2016 when they first filed the application for oven number 2, they proposed to vent it to a control equipment, which is a thermal oxidizer. However, that thermal oxidizer, they did actually install that. And when they actually tried to run a source test and it caught on fire, and then since then, they have the afterburner being turned off and still continuing operating the oven number 2.
Thank you. So presently, do they have an application in for a thermal oxidizer?
Yes, they recently submitted a new application for a new thermal oxidizer that they propose to install and vent these oven to that new thermal oxidizer.
So would they be within the rules if they vented, as you stated, ovens number 1, 2, and 3 to the thermal oxidizer?
Correct. If they can vent all these 3 oven to the new thermal oxidizer, they will be compliant with all of the rules.
Nothing further.
Mr. Wolf, do you have any questions for Ms. Nguyen?
No questions.
I had just a couple questions. I wasn't 100% clear because you mentioned oven number 1, that it now has a permit, and I understand that prior to submission of the application for a permit to construct, there was no permit. Is that correct?
That was correct.
Okay. So now they are in compliance with regard to having a temporary permit, but are they in compliance with oven number 1 with regard to venting to a thermal oxidizer?
We issued a PC for the oven number, for the new thermal oxidizer, so they were about to install it. When they install the thermal oxidizer, it's going to be venting all 3 oven.
Okay, is oven number 1 in operation?
It is in operation right now without the control.
Okay, so it is not in compliance?
Correct.
Okay.
Until they install the thermal oxidizer.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. And then the second question I had, you mentioned that they put in an application or filed an application for the thermal oxidizer. It has not been, the permit for that has not been issued yet? Or has it?
The new thermal oxidizer?
Yes.
We already issued a permit to construct for them.
The permit to construct
the permit
has
to-
been issued?
Yes, we issued the permit to construct on June 28, 2019.
Okay, so is there any permit pending with the district with regard to the thermal oxidizer?
At the same time, we also issue the permit for the modification of oven number 2, number 3, venting them to the new thermal oxidizer as well.
Okay, so no permit applications are pending currently with the district? Okay, thank you. Other questions? Mr. Balagopalan?
Ms. Witt, looking at so when they submitted let me go back to our number 1. Initially, it was determined it didn't require a permit, and then later, they found that, the inspector was there and found they were processing yeast and the emissions over a pound.
It was, the district never know that I have oven number 1. The applicant thought that because the burner rating was less than 2 million BTU per hour, so they thought that it was exempt. And we found out that it's not exempt until the inspector stopped by the facility and they found that they operating that oven, and we're asking for a record to calculate the VOC emission, and it was determined to be more than a pound a day, and therefore they're subject to, to get a permit to operate for that.
Okay, so then they submitted a permit for
Correct.
that.
Yes.
Then our number 2, it said when they applied, you said in 2016 for the permit to construct for both the oven and the thermal oxidizer.
Correct.
And so they installed the thermal oxidizer and it was operating for some period of time.
Correct.
Do you know how long it operated before it caught fire?
I know that they install, I can verify the time. It said the afterburner was, for oven number 2 was completed installation in November 2017. November 9, 2017, that the day I was informed.
And it caught fire when?
Roughly about, when I got a call, I think, in May 2018. The exact date that I got a call from their contractor informing me about the fire was May 7, 2018.
So, okay, so they operated for a period of, about 6
6
months?
Yes.
Did they-
Clearly that because they have to sort test within 180 days from the day start of operation.
And did they, and you indicated during the test it caught fire, or when they were going to test it
Yeah,
caught fire?
they are running the test and I was told that they are running a test and it's caught on fire.
Okay. Now, going to oven number 3, the petition said they had also, it says bakery oven number 3 with afterburner.
Correct.
Did it also, did they also install an afterburner for?
For oven number 3 afterburner, they have never installed that.
But they got a permit to construct for that?
Correct. When we issue the permit, we issue the permit to construct for both oven number 3 and the associated afterburner. However, the oven number 3 was installed in December 2017, I believe. Yeah, December 2017. But the afterburner had never been installed because they're afraid that it might caught on fire again, just like the other.
But if they installed 2017, but the afterburner got fired in May 2018, so, I mean, they wouldn't know about the fire at that time, though. So do you know why they didn't install the?
I have no
thermal
idea.
oxidizer?
I was told that because of the problem with the others, that's why they never actually installed the afterburner for oven number 3.
3, okay.
Yes.
So now, you have issued, the permit to construct has been issued for the new thermal oxidizer.
Correct.
You said it was issued June 2019, sorry.
Yes, it was issued June 28, 2019.
Okay. Do you know if they have installed it, or are they in the has that afterburner been installed?
I know that the facility haven't installed it yet. The last conversation we had with them, we were told that they probably received the equipment by August 5th, but I don't know, you can check with the facility.
And do you know if they got the necessary permits from the city and so forth?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. So then the proposed condition is to limit them to 667 pounds per month, and the reason for that is?
Is to avoid because literally before we issue a permit for anything, if they have the control, they will be able to bring the emission down to much less than 22 pounds per day. But currently they don't have the control yet. So they are restricted to 667 pounds until the control equipment is installed.
And the reason for the 667 pound is
We
specifically?
get offset.
It's because you don't need an offset if you're below
They
667
try to
pound?
avoid the offset, the ERC purchase. If they want to go higher than that, they have to provide the ERC.
Offset, okay. So that's equivalent to 4 tons per year.
Correct.
Now, I believe Ms. Pruitt read the condition on number 9 when she was revising, maybe it was not, sorry, number 13, that it should include the total VOC uncontrolled. It should include the combustion too.
Yes, we
so-
added that.
Added that, how many, I was going to go through each one of those ovens, if you can give, I don't know if you've calculated both the VOC
I do.
and the NOx. Could you provide,
I don't have the NOx number because NOx is not actually the subject in this
okay.
case. But if you want that, I can look that up from the application. The VOC emission we calculated for all 3 oven
no,
from
let's go by
combustion.
one by one?
One by one.
Yeah.
Actually, the facility wanted to take the the limit for all three, not any individual one. They want to combine limit for the emission.
Okay.
So that's why for VOC emission for fermentation and baking, because they want the flexibility to manage their operation.
Okay.
One compensate for the other. So they want the option to choose to operate more on this and then reduce on the other.
Okay, so then without the RTO, what is the uncontrolled emissions, VOC emissions, without the
Are you
double
talking
oxidizer?
about this order
combined.
abatement or
No,
about
just without the order. I mean, what are they currently emitting?
you're talking about for the new PC or for
Without the control. So uncontrolled emissions, I know the order is going to limit them to 667 pounds per month for VOC.
yes.
But what is the current?
Before
before
this order,
Yes,
the initial PC calculation for the very first two set of application for oven number 2 and number 3, it would determine uncontrolled emission calculated back then was 116 pound per day per oven.
day
Is
per,
that was that 116 or 160?
116
Thank you.
per day per hour. That's
Correct.
from 2 and 3.
from 2 and 3, and we didn't know about number 1 at the time. However, until the inspector, visit the facility, and we found the fermentation time had been cut down a lot, from 3 hours as they proposed in the initial application down to 20 minutes of fermentation time. So with that calculation, with adjusted the fermentation time and based on the original throughput that they proposed in the original 2 application for oven 1 and 2, it was about 47 pounds per day per oven.
1, 2, and 3, or just 1 and 2?
Just 2 and 3.
Just 2 and 3.
And oven number 1, based on their production record that we got from them, the maximum emission for the 2-month production record we got for number 1 was 13 pounds per day.
13 pounds per day. So by limiting their emissions to 67 pounds per month for VOC, you'll be limiting the throughput also indirectly. From
We
what they do.
provide them the formula for them to calculate, so they have the option because the emission from fermentation and baking is actually have 3 variables: fermentation time, throughput, and yeast concentration. So they want the VOC emission limit so that they can have the flexibility to change their formula, change the throughput. So as long as they comply with the total VOC emission, that's what they're willing to take. So.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at is, so during the order, the emissions will be mitigated by limiting them to 4 tons a year, or 667 pounds per month,
Uncontrolled emission.
uncontrolled emission, because you gave me roughly from 1, 2, and 3, 60 pounds per day. And
That
it's
was the initial.
initial, so with the order, they're going to go down to 22 pounds per day roughly.
Correct.
But with the flexibility of
One
one
compensate for the
component,
other.
May I just ask a follow-up on that? When you gave us the numbers that you gave us with regard to uncontrolled VOC emissions, is that the maximum that they are entitled to under their permit, or is that under current operating conditions? Do you know?
Say that again.
The VOCs that you calculated for us, the 47 pounds per day for ovens 2 and 3, and 13 pounds per day for oven 1, uncontrolled, is that the maximum under their permit that's allowed? Or is that what they're currently operating at?
Over number 1, I can tell that with the actual data from their production record, and 13 pounds is the maximum number that we see from the 2 months of production record. Over number 2 and number 3, that was based on the maximum proposed throughput limit back then when they filed the initial application, and also based on the maximum yeast concentration that they process right now. So that was really the worst scenario. If we allow them the flexibility to vary the yeast concentration, fermentation time, in reality, they can have much more room than just, what we calculate as 47. In reality, it may be much less.
Thank you. Good.
What about we were not given the ratings of each of the burners. Are the VOC emissions from the burners, what are they Because the order says the combined emission from both combustion and the process should be less than 667. So do you know if they are?
The total the total VOC emission from all three oven per month is about like 65 pounds.
No, I'm trying to break the two because the order said both the combustion and from the baking. So what is the contribution from the combustion towards the total uncontrolled emission?
65 pounds, like I said, per month.
Combustion,
From combustion, yes.
or per month?
From all three oven, yes.
Per month?
Per month.
67,
65 pounds.
65 pounds. So to
That
keep-
was calculated based on the maximum operation, meaning 24/7, and assuming that is running at the 100% load. But in reality, they're not.
Okay, so then the 667 is the total from both the combustion and the baking and fermentation process?
Correct.
So in reality, then they have to reduce that contribution from the baking and fermentation to about 600?
Correct. That was initially, we proposed 600, but they want the flexibility
Sure,
because that the burner never actually burned at the maximum capacity. So they want to, take advantage of that, and hopefully they can increase their production a little bit just for that additional saving from the combustion.
Do you know if the yeast is added in 2 stages or is it a single stage when they add the yeast?
We were told that it just added to a single stage.
Single stage?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. One other, I'm sorry, BACT, Best Available Control Technology. So in this case, they were both triggered for oven 2 and 3 based on how many pounds per day, which required the thermal oxidizer.
According to the current BACT, if they are above 30 pounds per day, they are automatically required to have their thermal oxidizer. And over number 1, is, of course, it's more than a pound a day is subject to BACT requirement, and they have to do the study. But since they have the thermal oxidizer already venting over number 1 and number 2 and number 3, that consultant, they were one time asking us if over number 1 is subject to requirement of the BACT, and we told them that you can do the cost-effective analysis to propose to us to prove that it's not cost-effective, or you have option to just go ahead and vent it to the control, and they eventually just, since they already have the thermal oxidizer venting over number 2 and number 3, they just go ahead and venting number 1 at the same time.
Now, the thermal oxidizer, when they submitted, so it's designed to handle the flow from all 3 if they're operating simultaneously?
That's what, the information that we receive from them, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, other questions? I do, if not. Yes, Senator.
Attachment A, this is based on your calculations for pounds per month, tons per month. And you're talking about pounds per day. And you have a multiplying factor to determine what the emission level would be. Multiplying factor is 0.4442. Where'd you get that from, and what does that mean?
This is a formula that we derive from the data, the table at the end of Rule 1153.
11 what?
Rule 1153.
And how was that established, you know? You just took it and said, I'm going to use it. What confidence level?
It's the approved rule, so we've been using that for all of the applicable equipment.
All right. And what about 0.4446 multiplying factor?
Well, actually, the whole equation is actually being derived from the data in the rule.
Well, why
So
is it-
basically, I plot the data in the rule and get the straight line, relation, and then we use that equation to make the formula here for.
Yeah, but y and t, they're both variables.
Correct.
So therefore,
Because in this case, they have, actually for the fermentation and baking emission, They have total of 3 variable. Like I said, total throughput, yeast concentration, and fermentation time.
And that's how you come up with the numbers per day, pounds per day, rather than tons per month.
This formula was calculated in pound per month.
In tons per month.
Yes. The VOC emission from yeast fermentation is in pound per month, and they just plug in the number.
Pounds
they
per
mu-
month, yes, I'm sorry.
They have to follow the unit that stated on the equation.
Okay, are you familiar with the order, stipulated order? Have you read this?
Yes.
Some of these dates here really may be conflicting. I mean, you got, for example, on number 10, page 5, it says that the respondent shall, prior to conducting an air source test required pursuant to this order, they should notify the district within the 14 days prior to conducting the test.
Oh, that's a standard procedure for source testing. They just need to notify us, so one of us, if we need to be there to monitor the test, that's a standard requirement.
You have some other dates here which says that it should notify the district 15 days after, give the results of the test. I mean, one pretty much overlaps the other.
Can you identify it, please?
I think perhaps if you can explain it to the board, the senator is referring to, for example, number 6 on page 4 is the I'm sorry. Okay, well, you have the one that he
Number
just
6,
read
right.
with regard to 14 days notice prior to conducting the test versus, can you explain the difference between that and number 8 on that same page, respondent shall submit preliminary test source results to the district within 15 calendar days of performing the source tests?
Well, that's a requirement that they just have to notify it to, to give us the result. It's not, we're not required them to provide the full report at the time. They just find the result of the test, and they should brief us about what the result are 15 days after the test being conducted.
Overlapping, could be overlapping conflict, could be.
Is it
Where
that
is it conflict?
one is 14 days before actually conducting the test, and the other is 15 days after the results?
It's really, there's no standard for that, and these are two completely different matter. So this 14 days, normally we put on our permit condition, and the 15 day, which is actually just expecting them to deliver some, brief result from whatever the result they get from the lab at the time before they generate the formal report.
Are you suggesting on page 5, line 28, about the district board shall retain jurisdiction sometime in 2019?
I understand that based upon the equipment arriving in June, and, excuse me, in August. The time in which it will take to install and make operational, we would need some information from the respondent.
So what you're saying is there's a possibility that we may be pushing up the installation date and consequently the other dates that correspond to that in the proposed order?
There's that possibility, yes.
Okay. So then we're going to hold, and I agree with the senators, there's no way under the current version of the order that we could lose jurisdiction at the end of 2019. So we'll keep that an open.
I think you're saying that it should be installed by December 28, 2019. I did see that here.
You did, and I think that Ms. Pruitt was suggesting that once we hear from the respondent with regard to when they should be receiving the equipment, that date might be moved up.
Correct.
Okay, because when you go to page 4, you look at item number 6, page 21, it says that respondent shall submit a source test protocol for VOC control equipment with oven and as modified and venting and blah, 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 within 14 days of the completion of the installation. If the installation is not completed until sometime December 28th, then that takes you to January 11th, calendar days, 2020.
It says unless there's an extension. But,
And we'll leave that an open date for once we hear from respondent.
No, I think I can answer that, because it's normally, we require the applicant to submit a protocol for the sort test, and protocol can really, they can put the protocol together within 2 weeks after the equipment being installed and submit it for evaluation. Normally, protocol evaluation moving quick, and we just giving them 2 weeks after equipment, the VOC control equipment being installed, and they have to turn in a protocol for our sort test department to do evaluation before they can conduct the test.
The issue, though, is not the time of 14 days for that protocol. The issue is whether or not once installation occurs on December 28th, 2019, whether we would lose jurisdiction a day after that.
and it says if it has not properly been extended, it will expire. So I would anticipate an extension.
Well, we'll take up the jurisdiction once we hear the more facts, and we would not end jurisdiction with that many conditions remaining in an order.
And that's why we left it blank for now.
The reason why I raise those questions is because if you're going to put dates and they're finite, then of course they should not be in any way conflicting in my view. And that's why I raised the questions, that you should follow through sequentially the order that you expect this correction is to take place.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify, regarding the fire, do we know the cause of that fire? Were we given that information?
I wasn't given the information, the cause of the fire.
Okay, and my second question is in regards to that fire, is the new equipment, do you know if the new equipment is there, but they're just afraid that it's going to start another fire based on what? Just their fear of it, or has there been any testing done?
No, the new equipment is completely different thermal oxidizer compared to the two that I originally proposed for over number 2, number 3. Literally, the thermal oxidizers initially proposed for over number 2 and number 3 was actually from the same manufacturer, same model. It's just because the first one got on fire. That's why the company was telling us that they're afraid to install and start up the second one. The new proposal for new thermal oxidizer is completely different manufacturer.
Okay, but they did purchase it, it is there, they're just afraid that it's going to catch on fire. That's the reason for not operating it?
Well,
You mean the-
objection. I'm afraid that she is not the best person to answer that question. She lacks the
Okay.
Just lack of foundation.
Okay, thank you. And my other question has to do with the ERCs. I understand trying not to, or avoiding the cost. Do we know what that cost is for the ERCs have?
It's really
if they have
depend
to?
on what available in the market.
I know there's a variable, but do you have a ballpark right now?
I
What that
don't.
would have been?
I don't.
Thank you.
I wanted to understand just a couple things about the proposed order. There are two, both the beginning conditions, 1 and 2 and 3, and then subsequently additional conditions are for source testing and source test protocols. Are the original 3, 1, 2, and 3, is that a separate testing of uncontrolled?
That is correct, because that test is just for the NOx.
Okay. Okay, so we're not concerned with VOC, that's for a different rule compliance?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a requirement for the burner to be tested so that they have to comply with 30 ppm NOx.
Okay.
And
is that, okay.
I'm sorry, excuse me one second. I see a typo in number 3 on that same page where it says working days. That should be calendar days. That's page 4, number 3. It says respondent shall submit preliminary source test results to the district. Attention Tracy, when via email within 14. It should be calendar days instead of working days.
And are these requirements for NOx and CO testing separate and apart from what would be required under the permit conditions?
Actually, the NOx and CO requirement is actually a separate requirement for the oven, any combustion equipment in general,
Okay, so-
including the thermal oxidizer.
So they're required by district rules to do this?
Yes.
And they have not, or,
They haven't been able to, they haven't actually conduct any sort test to demonstrate that, even though the equipment been installed for years.
so is that another current rule violation?
Correct.
Okay, and this is to remedy that.
Correct.
And do you need any ability for the district to return should the results of the source testing not be within that required by the rules, or will that be a separate matter to be taken up?
That's fine. See if they cannot comply with this. We should have to deny the permit, or propose what to do to bring themselves in compliance. To answer your question, if they fail to demonstrate compliance with the 30 ppm NOx, we either have to deny the permit or they have to propose a new way to bring themselves in compliance, and that would be the applicant
Okay.
proposal.
We may very well need, I don't believe there are any findings that relate to the requirement, conditions 1, 2, 3 to test. And we would likely need to add those to make a connection between an order that addresses NOx and CO testing requirements to have that nexus between that and an order. And we'll get to that.
And I think we're prepared with language to take care of that, to add that.
Okay, then we can take that at the appropriate time. Actually, we should take that now, because now we're in the evidentiary portion of the hearing, and so we should make sure we are supported in the language that's proposed.
Okay, we can have one moment. We can have one moment. She had an original version that she believes it appeared in.
Okay, we're off the record. Actually, maybe this is a good time to take a break. It's about time we would take a break, so let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back with that language and finish up any questions for Ms. Nguyen. We're off the record until 10:35. We're off the record. 10:35.
From the beginning, we provided that. I don't know.
Okay, I think we're back on the record unless more time is needed.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, okay. And so when we left, we were going to come up with factual findings to support the order conditions 1 through 3 with regard to NOx and CO source testing.
And what we propose is on page 2, under number 4, we add a new number 5 that would read, source tests must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx for all 3 ovens required by 1303, subsection B, small b. I'm sorry, I'll say it again. Source test, and that's with an S with a open paren, closed paren around the S, must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx for all 3 ovens as required by 1303B. And I'll say it one last time. Source tests must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx for all 3 ovens as required by 1303B.
And what about CO testing? Is that also required under 1303B? No. CO testing?
Actually, the NOx and CO always have to do concurrently at the same time.
Okay, because the requirement in the proposed order is NOx and CO testing. So is CO also required by the rule?
CO is actually required by a different rule. It's actually rule 407, that 2000 ppm CO.
Okay, so, and is that, okay. So we need to put that in as well. So source test must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx, and what is the limit of CO?
2000 ppm.
2000 ppm CO for all 3 ovens as required by rules 1303B and 14, what is it?
I'm sorry. Let me correction. For oven number 1, since it's installed back in 2013, and so that is classified as an in-use oven. It is subject to Rule 1153.1. So for that particular oven, that is actually subject to 800 ppm for CO.
Okay, because now that you say 1153.1, I'm looking,
Just for oven number 1.
okay, then that needs to be clarified, I believe.
Yes.
In order number 2 on page 4, which seems to apply it to all 3 ovens.
Madam Chair, I just think there needs to be more specific clarification, the way that they're calling this out, instead of grouping this together.
Well, we need a little more more facts than just the source test must be conducted, including that it was not conducted and when it was required, or
Right, it was not conducted.
We, from the beginning, when we actually draft this, because the applicant haven't run the sort test for that yet, so we cannot conclude that they're actually violating the rule, whether they can comply with 30 ppm NOx or not. However, because they failed to sort test within 180 days of a permit condition, therefore, we decide to put that as, finding number 5, as operating the equipment contrary to permit to construct condition. That was our intention to put in there, because they actually violating the condition, have to sort test within 180 days after equipment up and run.
okay, so
Does that make sense? So
that's different than what was read into the record. what was read into the record was a source test must be conducted originally to comply with 1303B, not pursuant to the 180 days permit condition. Is that what
Okay.
I just
that is
heard?
Rule 202, actually, the finding number 5 was District 202.
Oh, the original number 5.
Yes.
Okay. I believed that that was failure to vent to a piece of equipment.
That is
control equipment.
including
Sorry,
that,
that's the
because in condition number 1, originally they proposed to vent it to the control, and they failed to do that. Also, another condition that required them to source test within 180 days after the startup of the equipment, they also failed to do that. So we conclude that they actually operate contrary to the condition on a permit to construct.
Okay. At the very least, because this is not contested, we do not need to find a violation. So it's okay if we are not specifically stating what respondent may or may not be in violation of. However, I think should be very much more clear in this proposed new number 5, what the source tests need to be conducted pursuant to. So we have source tests must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx, we didn't say anything about CO, for all 3 ovens pursuant, or as required by 1303B, but then we understand that 1153.1 also applies to oven number 1, and that CO is a completely different rule. So we just need some clarification on that. And in addition, we'll need that clarification carried over into what is actually required on page 4, numbers 1, 2, and 3, so that it's very clear.
In condition 2, if you get respondents who conducted NOx and CO source tests as required.
Yeah, that's a mistake. It's actually 800 applied for 800 applied for over number 1 only. Number 2 and number 3 was installed in 2016 after.
So that's for number 1 only, and that way we can be clear on it.
Yeah, so what we can add is in this one is 30 ppm NOx as required by this rule, and 800 ppm CO for over number 1 and 2000 ppm CO for over number 2, number 3. And same correction that we should do
Okay,
for
you're
the
speaking a
condition.
little fast, I'm not a scientist, okay, and 80 ppm for oven number 1.
We should go off the record, especially, I think we're probably picking you up on your microphone, so let's go off the record to do that. Okay, we're back on the record, and hopefully we'll have complete clarification, and then we can move on.
Okay. Well, first on the new number 5, where we reference Rule 1303B, it's actually 1303A.
Okay. And that's for 30 ppm NOx for all three?
Correct.
Okay.
And 800 ppm. Okay, I'll let you do that.
See, soil tests must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx for all three ovens as required by Rule 1303A, and 800 ppm CO for oven number 1 as required by Rule 1153.1. And 2000 ppm CO for oven number 2 and number 3 as required by Rule 407.
Okay, yes, Mr. Balagopalan has a clarification question.
Yeah, Ms. Witt, the oven number 1 is considered subject to 1153.1?
Correct.
It's an in-use existing,
Correct. According to the rule definition, it's subject to Rule 1153.1 because it was installed back in 2013.
13, and the limit in 1153.1 for the oven is 40 ppm.
Correct. But it's also subject to BACT for NOx, which is 30.
BACT for NOx actually refers to for the oven 30 ppm. Okay, sorry. For the add-on control it refers to 1147. So there's. Are they going to also test for the TO?
Correct. We have a separate condition for the
Condition for
RTO.
that?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. And then so for the and you say it's subject to BACT because when was it installed? That oven? Has it been there for? It was in use and it's been there for a while, right?
The oven number 1, I was told that they installed that in 2013.
13. Okay.
Yes, and the oven number 2, I believe they installed that in 2017. 2 and 3.
Okay. Infrared burner because okay. I do have a follow-up. I mean, let's move from this condition because you had a question on VOC and I had a question on VOC conditions too, or testing for it.
Well, I want to carry this over to the, and then we can go to that. I wanted to carry this over to, are there then changes to condition number 2 on
Correct.
page 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Condition number 2 need to be revised as well.
Is it going to bring us on a different thing, or is it going to bring us on a different tact, or is it clarifying? Because otherwise, please hold it. Could we? Oh, I just want to carry this through, and then we can ask that question.
Respondents shall conduct the NOx and CO tests as required by Rule 1153.1, 40 ppm NOx and 800 ppm CO at 3% oxygen for oven number 1, and
Hold on, let me catch up.
NOx, VACT 30 ppm NOx at 3% oxygen. Oh, actually, sorry, let me repeat that. Respondents shall conduct the NOx and CO sort test as required by Rule 1153.1, open parenthesis 40 ppm NOx and 800 ppm CO at 3% oxygen, and NOx, BACT, open parenthesis 30 ppm NOx at 3% oxygen, close parenthesis, for oven number 1.
Okay, so you're moving the for oven number 1 to after the second parenthetical?
Yes, because oven number 1 subject to both NOx requirement of Rule 1153.1 and BACT, and therefore they subject to the most restricted limit, which is 30 ppm.
Okay, and what about for ovens 2 and 3?
Oven number 2 and number 3, open number 2 and number 3 are required to let me repeat it again. After oven number 1, we put and 30 ppm NOx, BACT for and 2000 ppm CO. As required by Rule 407 for oven number 2 and number 3.
I'm sorry, where are you putting that? I didn't follow that.
After oven number 1, we're continuing for 30 ppm NOx, BACT, and 2000 ppm CO required by Rule 407 for oven number 2 and number 3.
Okay, so you're going to leave it as this. The way it now reads, up to NOx, BACT, the open parentheses, 30 ppm NOx at 3% oxygen for oven number 1. Then you're also adding, after for oven number 1, and NOx, BACT, open parentheses, 30 ppm NOx at 3% oxygen, close parentheses, and CO.
2000 ppm CO.
That all goes within the parentheses? No.
No.
Inside the parentheses is just up to 3% oxygen. Then NCO, open parentheses, 2000 ppm.
For oven number 2 and number 3 as required by Rule 407.
Rule 407 handles NOx and CO? Okay.
CO.
Do you have this, Dave?
407 is
That
just
makes
CO.
sense.
I think it might be better if we do it somewhat in a tabular form. I'm putting it on the spot, but, I think our number 1, correct me if I'm wrong, is subject to, if you take the most, 800 ppm for CO, pursuant to 1153.1, but it's also because of BACT is 30 ppm. So, and then oven 2 and 3 is BACT is 30 ppm for NOx and 2000 ppm for 407. So that's the distinction, right?
Correct.
Correct. And maybe,
Oven number 1 is actually subject to 2 different rules for NOx. And then we just want to spell that out. But
yeah,
yes,
but
it's-
I think if you put the more stringent of the two,
That would be good,
that'd be, so it's 30 ppm NOx, 800 ppm CO, and if, the rule for NOx is 1303A, the rule for CO is 1153.1. So if you just, maybe a tabular form that put the NOx, CO, and the rule, oven 1, 2, 3, that might clarify the whole thing.
Okay.
yes.
So for right now, for purposes of continuing with the hearing. At least we have an understanding of what would be required and what the rules are, and we will clarify how that is written on if we get to another break, and if not, we'll take a break to clarify that. And before I move on to other issues, I would like to check in on the respondent to make sure that there is agreement, since we're dealing with a proposed stipulated order for abatement, on some of the changes that have been made, beginning with, I'll try to take them one at a time, beginning with the addition on page 2 of a new finding number 5, which is simply that these source tests must be conducted. Do you stipulate to that finding? Can you put on your microphone? I'm sorry.
Yes, we have no problem with the additional finding.
Okay. And then I know that going on to page 3, finding number 9 had been changed, but that was already by stipulation of the parties. Is that correct?
Correct. I would like to comment, though, on the change to condition 2, if I may.
You may, although we have not finalized how it's going to read.
Okay, I can wait then.
Okay, but the substance of it, do you stipulate to the substance of it?
The only concern we would have in noting multiple NOx standards would be that the source test would not have to be performed for each of those standards, but rather just the most stringent of the standards.
Okay. And I think that, Mr. Balagopalan, that's what you were stating. Okay. So we'll make sure that it reads correct. Okay. But the idea that you are required to do that testing and conduct it to those parts per million, those limits, that you agree to?
Correct.
Okay. In addition, there was a change proposed to, on that same page, to condition number 3, rather than working days, it's 14 calendar days. And do you stipulate to that change?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you did stipulate to the change so far as it has been proposed to condition number 13, because that was agreed to amongst the parties before we started the hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Senator, you had a question. Let's move on to that.
Since we're doing a lot of testing right now, we have to go back to page 4, condition number 3. And you say respondent shall submit preliminary source test results within 14 calendar days. Then you go to page 5, number 10. It says, respondent shall, prior to conducting any source test, that includes preliminary. And you must notify the district at least 14 calendar days prior to conducting the test. Could be more than 14 days? Or did you really mean within 14 days?
That is a standard requirement that we always put on a permit.
What I mean is that it can be 20 days. And then if it is, all these other calendar days would no longer apply.
I
don't see
think, let's
the- I don't see
clarify
the
the
point.
question, because they're two different things. One is a prior notice that the source test is actually going.
That is correct.
Yeah, one is
Yeah.
that, sorry, prior notice that the source test will be conducted. That's what you see in condition number
Right.
10. So that's before a source test is conducted. So that's 14, at least 14 days before that, the district gets notice. Then the source test is conducted. Then there are preliminary results. They have 15 days to give that to you.
Right.
Let's
Yes.
start over again so it's clear to me too. Respondent shall submit preliminary source test results within 14 working days after they complete the test.
It's supposed to change to calendar day, right?
Correct, right?
Yes.
And then number 10 says that respondent shall prior to conducting any source test. That means that even before you conduct the source test, before you have results.
No, of course, they have to run the test first to get the result.
It says right here, before you conduct any, that means that before you can't conduct the test, have the results unless you conduct the test.
No, you misunderstand that. Number 10 is actually require the applicant to notify us the day, 14 days before the scheduled test days, so we can be present at the time they run the test. And go back to the condition number 3, it's just the result after SWOT test has been conducted, they have to give us the result.
Prior to conducting that test, got you, all right. fine.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes. Unless, Senator, were you done with your question?
Yeah, it just still could slip, but go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Bernstein has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You'll forgive me, just for clarification, we spoke about the VOC total uncontrolled emissions per day. Could you just go over that for me for each of the ovens? So I have 13 pounds per day, right, for oven number 1 of total uncontrolled VOC emissions.
That 13 pound,
13 pounds
Yes.
per day.
that's what was estimated from their production, yes.
Okay. And then 47 pounds per day for ovens 2 and 3, total uncontrolled.
That's what we would calculate it, yes.
Okay. And then the last figure is total combustion, then total VOC for combustion for all 3 ovens was 65 pounds per day.
Per month, I'm sorry.
That's
Per
per
month,
month?
correct.
Okay.
Is that 65 pounds per month, that's included in the 47 pounds per day and the 13
That is
pounds per day?
included.
It's
That was
included.
included.
Okay, that was my next, okay. All right, thank you very much, because now the math, now the math works up to the 667 figure. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Mr. Balagopalan, you had,
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
did have
Mr.
a,
I was just going to say, I had a proposed chart. You said it might be helpful to have a chart for the NOx and CO and the rule
For condition number 2.
for condition number 2.
yes.
And
Just reshow it
It's-
to.
I'm going to try to, okay. In, this is a row. Okay, the first row would be oven number 1, NOx. Right, that's right. The oven number, NOx, the CO, and the rule. That would be the row across, which would mean the first column would have oven number 1, the second column would have oven number 2, the third column would have oven number 3. Does this make sense, or would
let's
you like to see
take
it?
a break and have it
Okay.
written out, and then
Okay, I have it
and then
written out
we could, that's, we're never going to follow
Never
this.
gonna, okay.
Let's move on to other questions, and
Okay.
let's, on a break, we will have that copy, but unless you can hand it to the clerk now, and she can, if that's okay, Madam Clerk, to make the copies? We can have it handed to all of us.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Would it be practical for them to put in the final form how they modified the stipulated order over and over and over again? So I like to see it finally written.
Yes, and again, I apologize for that. We sent it out last week, and since then, up until this morning, there were changes. So I had no knowledge that there would be so many changes at the 11th hour.
So this afternoon, after we come back, maybe we can have it all done.
Well, let's see how long we take. Let's try to get it, if we could, get it done this morning. So in the meantime, let's have Ms. Pruitt hand to the clerk the proposed table, and we can have copies made, and we'll hand them out as exhibits. And we'll go on with other questions once they're done. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so for efficiency, moving along purposes, Mr. Balagopalan, you had other questions?
Yes. Ms. Nguyen, questions for you. As far as, are there any permit condition requiring them to test for VOC or the control efficiency of the thermal oxidizer in the permit?
Yes, that's normally a standard permit condition on the permit to construct for the control.
So there are conditions for the efficiency?
Yes, 95% that we require.
Okay, all right. And that's, what about, are they subject to 1153? Because you mentioned that they wanted flexibility, so is it possible that somehow when they may actually have more than 50 pounds in case, depending on how they, do their production, in which case they're subject to 1153?
If they are actually subject to 1153 and they require to put in a control, which they already proposed that,
Right.
that would cover for that also.
And so the conditions will reflect, in a way, what the requirements of 1153 is by having the efficiency?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
we require 95% like.
So
as-
they will be testing in addition to NOx and CO, VOC also?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, because we are going to have to consider how long we have jurisdiction. So while I have you, Ms. Nguyen, aside from the question of when the installation will occur, which we'll save for the respondent to ask, there are a number of things that come after that, which are spelled out in time, except for how long it will take, and I know you can't give me an exact number, but I'd like some estimate, how long it generally takes for the district to approve a source test protocol. So we can know about how much time to leave after installation for our jurisdiction to end.
It's normally, for protocol, normally take about 4 weeks, but it could take longer than that. However, we can request them to expedite the protocol review, so that will shorten the waiting time.
And let me just ask if you're prepared at this time to answer the question of whether a respondent would be prepared to pay for expedited processing of the source test protocol. And we're talking about the second one that is for VOCs.
Yes, we would be prepared for expedited processing.
Okay, so then we would add that in. Thank you. And Ms. Nguyen, with expedited processing, you would anticipate approximately 4 weeks? Could it be on average a little bit longer? I just want to make sure we're giving enough time in
I think with
jurisdiction.
expedite request that the source test department should be delivered within 4 weeks, yeah.
Okay,
Based on our experience, so a lot of time that we cannot say that for sure because it depends on their availability and also whether they have the engineer willing to work on that, just get it
And
done.
we'll take that into
I think we
account.
should err in,
Absolutely.
exactly.
I
Conservatively.
was going to point out on page 5, number 9, there is a requirement there to request expedited evaluation sources
Correct,
protocol.
yeah, that's what I'm
I
about to
missed
say.
that. I missed that.
We have a condition for that.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how I missed that. Usually it's with it. Okay. All right, so they are already stipulating to that. We don't have to change it. Those are all my questions. Anyone else have any other questions for Ms. Nguyen? Was that yeah, more questions? Oh, that was turning off. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. We may need you again once did we get copies of? Actually, let's do that before we turn it over to Mr., are you going to have any other witnesses? Okay, before we turn it over to Mr. Wolf.
Hey, Madam Chair,
Yes?
maybe I got a question still before we turn it over.
Let me just, we're not going to turn it over yet. Let me just mark this first, and then I'll take your question. We're going to mark as exhibit number 1, this chart that is being proposed for insertion into the proposed findings and decision with regard to condition number 2. And before we have questions on that, Senator, you have a question?
Yes, on page 5, number 11, it says the respondent shall complete all emission testing within the time period specified in the permit to construct, or in the order. What's the time specified in the permit to construct?
Normally, we require 180 days after they install the equipment.
Well, after they install the equipment. And that's, an installation is December 28th.
This is a general condition, so it's actually applied differently for the oven and the afterburner. For the oven, since they already installed them. So for the permit to construct that we issued recently for modification, we require them to run the test within 30 days, I believe. But protocol have to submit it within 30 days, and soil test must be conducted 30 days after the approved protocol being sent out to them.
And that 30 days start running when?
The 30 days after the permit being issued, meaning we approve this permit on June 28 of 2019, they have 30 days to submit the soil test protocol. And then after the protocol being approved, they have 30 days from that day to run the test.
Well, they will find themselves out of compliance if number 10 is applicable. Order number 10 that says they can notify you within at least 15 days prior to conducting the test, so you can be aware that the test is being conducted. The problem there is that they may slip it to 20 days to notify you before they start commencing the test. And that's the point I was raising early on.
I don't understand the question, sir.
If you got 30 days after they've been given permission to construct, they have to start performing the test.
No, that they have to submit the protocol first.
Protocol.
Yes. And then the soil test department have to take some time to do the protocol evaluation. After the protocol evaluation is done, we send the approved protocol to the applicant.
Okay.
And then started from that day, they have 30 days to conduct the soil test.
They have 30 days to conduct the source test. Right, so therefore, if 10 is applicable, then at least 14 days prior to conducting the test, they would notify the district.
Yes,
Okay, fine.
it's possible.
All right. They have 30 days, okay.
Now I have a question.
Yes.
If it's whichever is more stringent, then the date for submission of the test protocol is already passed, or is about to pass, before you're
Yes.
requiring it here.
Yes.
So then this is not going to apply. Here we have, within 3 working days of completing installation of the VOC control equipment and associated oven modifications, source test protocol, in writing, within 14 calendar days from complete installation, that's the one. Number 6 gives them 14 calendar days after complete installation to submit the source test protocol.
I'm sorry, what we just, we said 30 days to submit the protocol and 30 days to send a soil test are the condition for the oven because they already installed.
Okay.
That's why for the afterburner is different because it will start from the day, it depends on the day that they actually, when they're going to install the equipment. And the clock start from there. For the thermal oxidizer, the permit condition for the PC that we issue for them, they have to also submit the protocol 30 days after the the issuing of this permit of within 14 days the issuing of the order of abatement. And then they have 45 days after approval of the protocol to conduct a soil test.
Ms. Nguyen, the problem there is if you put it after approval source test, they were giving some amount of time for them to do the construction, and we know it's going to be August sometime. So I think it wouldn't be more appropriate to say after the control system's installed, so many days after, not after the protocol is approved, but after the construction and is completed.
This is a protocol, they can submit it
No,
before.
not the
they go-
protocol. I'm talking about doing the test. The protocol, I understand, can be submitted, in advance, but doing the test, they can only do it after the equipment is installed and operated.
Yes, the condition were written in a way that soil tests to be conducted no later than 45 days after approval of soil test or protocol or the initial startup of this air pollution control equipment, whichever is later. So
Which are you reading? I'm sorry.
this is a permit
Oh, the
condition
permit
for the
condition.
air pollution control.
But it's not in
equipment.
the order, so
It's
that's,
not in order.
it's conflicting. We're getting mixed,
Well, I guess the question I have, so we can just cut through this, because this is getting more and more confusing. The question is, are there any permit requirements that are more stringent than what we have in the order here? With regard to source testing? For example, it seems to me that you're saying that the source test protocols for NOx and CO in 1, 2, and 3 were already required, which would make them already in violation of whichever is more stringent in number 11. And perhaps a different question to cut through this is there any requirement to have that, whichever is more stringent? Are we in any danger?
The one actually, on the permit condition, we allow them to be 45 days after approval of the protocol or initial startup. But because the condition for this, we drafted a while ago, and so we actually require them 30 days, so we can change that 30-day matching with 45 days as a permit condition.
Okay, can
I ask a clarifying question? Yeah, Ms. Nguyen, do you know, do you foresee any problem if they submit all the protocols? Or let me back up. Do you know how they plan to conduct that? Were they going to conduct the tests for the control and the ovens on the same time frame? Or you think they will do the oven before and then?
I think with the way the condition is written, they have to conduct the NOx test for the oven first, because the control equipment, we don't have the solid schedule for installation yet.
Right, so you're anticipating, so really you're looking at two timelines, for the oven, the protocol and the test, and then the control, also a different.
Correct, because the oven has been installed for more than 2 years.
Right.
And they have failed to conduct the soil test as their initial permit to construct. They require them to conduct the test within 180 days. So that's why the condition for NOx soil test for the oven were written separately.
Didn't they already have, when you issued the initial permit for the ovens 2 and 3 protocol, because they were going to test it, So that when they were going to test it, they should have had a protocol.
Yes, they have an approved protocol for over number 2. However, they don't have one approved for number 3 yet.
Number 3 yet.
I'll keep going after them for asking for a protocol and found out that they haven't even installed the control equipment. And,
Right.
that's when we find out that
So-
they have a lot of issue.
So the protocol that they submitted for 2 is still valid in a sense.
Correct, if they want to follow that.
Follow that.
When we draft the condition, our manager suggested that just combine that for all 3. So
Right.
it's their option to resubmit the new protocol, or they use the approved one for over number 2 and then submit the new
Modification.
protocol for 1 and 3 separately. It's up to them. Because it depends on who they're gonna hire for source testing. And the new source tester, they're probably gonna, want to redo the new protocol for all 3 at the same time.
Right, okay. So all 3 protocols for the ovens should be submitted soon. I mean, I think we,
Within 30 days from the day the permit is issued, and so it's almost 30 days from that day.
well, I think we'll have to go with the order now that, the dates are passed, because the permits.
It's not passed yet.
Yeah,
28th of this month.
Right.
28, yeah.
They're not going to make that.
They're not going to make it, So I think we should look at a date
Okay.
forward and then giving a certain amount of time for them to do the actual test, But since their oven's already in operation, they can do the test whenever they can schedule it,
Correct.
and whatever
Yes.
date you. But for the afterburner, they'll have to do it after it's installed and operating, and you probably have to give them 45 days or, make sure they get all the bugs worked out before they do the test, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm
that's
gonna-
why,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
I'm
okay.
sorry. Condition number 7 is, I say, respondents shall conduct a source test they require in permit to construct. And to permit construct is allowed them 45 days.
Okay. Why don't we do this? I think we should take a lunch break and not be working out any longer the issues in this order through this process, because this process is not working or fast enough. So I'd like to and I'd like to have these issues worked out. First of all, it looks like we have, wherever I put my Exhibit 1, yes, here it is. And we'll come back and we'll have any questions we have on that, but it looks like that will likely take care of the first issue that we had. The second issue has to do with, I think, generally applicable requirement number 11 and the whichever is more stringent, because it sounds to me like if we were to apply the more stringent to at least the original NOx and CO requirement, testing requirement from the permits that were already issued, enforcing whichever is more stringent would be requiring that to be, source test protocol to be submitted by July 28th. So rather, if the point is to clarify that where the two conflict, the order shall prevail, that's what we should say. So let's take our lunch break. Let's change that, and if we take a 50-minute lunch break and come back at 12:20, would that be enough time for the parties to simply peruse the order and make sure there's nothing else that might be conflicting or stands out? So we can come back and ask any remaining questions of Ms. Nguyen and move on to respondent. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. That does make sense.
And Ms. Verdugo-Peralta has one last.
You probably don't have time to do this. However, what would have been very helpful would have been if you had put this in a Gantt chart, and I don't know whether you're familiar with a Gantt chart that shows the actual time periods of when each of the occurrences, whether it be for the protocol or the installation, so that we could have seen where the conflicts were immediately versus trying to guess, look at one page, then another, which the senator had referred to. I think there would have been a much clearer understanding of the timeframes that were going to be required, and we would have seen where the conflicts were much easier. And I don't know whether you're familiar with that type of a chart. And I know it's probably too late to do it for this, but in the future, I think it would be a very good idea for the district to be able to give that to us ahead of time.
Yeah.
And I think that might be easier if we have
We know the
all of the dates. We don't, everything would be speculative at this point. So it would be hard to put into a chart unless we're going to leave some spaces wide open.
Well, however, we know that some of those are going to be proposed. We know that they are going to be either stipulated or not, but at least it would be there for us to take a look at where there's possibility of conflict, where it doesn't make sense, for instance, and you would be able to see that also clearer before you present that to the hearing board.
So for future, that would be a good, where possible. But I think we can easily resolve this by changing that first sentence of paragraph 11 to simply refer to where there is a conflict between the order and the conditions of the permits, that the dates in the order shall prevail.
That being the first sentence, you're saying in 11, or?
Yes, I think so. Instead of, respondent shall complete all emission testing within the time specified in the permit to construct or this order, whichever is more stringent, which would put the respondent in an unintentional bind.
Right. Okay.
I agree with Cynthia that if you had this in a form, the chart form, it'd be clear, number one. Number two, I didn't hear any conflict that relates to the dates that's been referred to by the respondents or the plaintiff. It just so happened that means that that's not a disagreement at this point. And so they're not the dates are not a variable, except for the fact that they may be self-conflicting. The dates, if they're shown here, are specified in the report. And I think that's the point that I was trying to make earlier. You have to seek clarification. And in doing so, you do not allow the respondents to come back and say, I'm in compliance. You are not specific. And they will do that.
Or in the alternative, them being in violation of the order, not unintended.
The language of the permit to construct condition that was issued for the afterburner, even we say that we allow them 45 days after approval of sort test protocol or initial startup of the equipment, whichever is later, unless otherwise approved in writing by the executive officer, and whatever being approved by the order of abatement can override that also.
Okay. I think it's much clearer if we're very clear in the order that the dates in the order prevail, which is generally the case when we have an order for abatement. They can be more stringent because we're trying to get a respondent to come into compliance as quickly as possible.
Just on
Should we ask it before? Yeah.
Just on exhibit number 1 for clarity.
Actually, let's do that. Let's take any questions on exhibit number 1, and then in the break for lunch, we can clarify all of this and come back and just hopefully be ready to move on to the respondent. So go ahead.
Exhibit number 1, I think is a good table. However, in the rule, I suggest dividing it into 2. Just say, it says one for NOx and one for CO, so it's clear, So the first 1303 is all for NOx, and the other one is for CO. Just having a break in dividing that into 2 columns, and so it's clear.
Okay, so noted.
That's a great thing. A great idea, and we could just put a line, it looks like, because where the ampersand
Right,
is.
and then put NOx and SOx in the heading. NOx and CO, sorry, in the heading under the rules.
See, Knox and CO.
Any other questions on this chart, or how, let's just quickly determine how it would be incorporated into condition number 2 on page 4. Is it just respondent shall conduct NOx and CO source tests as required by applicable rules as follows? Or no, we'd have to take within 30 calendar days.
I'm sorry, to what are you referring?
We need to rewrite. Well, let's do that on the break. We need to rewrite condition number 2 to incorporate this table.
Oh, okay.
So we'll come back with that proposal. Any other questions on the table? Maybe any other questions with Ms. Nguyen before we take our lunch break? Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Just a clarification of the verbiage for number 5 to be actually in writing so that we all understand exactly what is trying to be said in that number 5.
You referring to the new finding, number
Right.
5 on page 2?
Yes,
Finding or condition?
that we created the new number 5. Source test must be conducted to comply with 30 ppm NOx for all 3 ovens as required by Rule 1303A. And then the verbiage to me was a little bit vague on the second part of that. So if you can clarify that for us, please?
Okay, so I'm sorry, where it is 800 ppm for oven number 1,
Right.
okay.
And
And
then number
perhaps those changes and any other, maybe, Madam Clerk, if you could print, I know you said that you have been taking those down, and then when we come back, we can all have mark as a new hearing board exhibit, the red line version of that. Okay, the new version of that, that'll be fine. It doesn't need to be red line. We're all aware of where the changes are. Thank you. Will that help? Ms. Verdugo Peralta? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then let's take our lunch break and let's come back at, will 25 after noon be enough, long enough for you to have lunch and to make any changes you need to make? Would you like longer? Madam Clerk would like longer. How about we do an hour, an even hour to 12:40? Would that be enough time? Okay, you'll let me know. Okay, let's go off the record and come back at 12:40 for our lunch break. We're off the record.
Off the record.
Maybe before.
My receipt, I have to go back and get my receipt. Oh, thank you.
We're back on the record. Okay, we're up to the point where we'd like to redistribute a cleaner copy of the stipulated order proposed.
Yes. Thank you. With the assistance of Madam Clerk.
Was this put together by the clerk? I'm trying to figure out whether we should make it a hearing board exhibit or exhibit number 2. Okay, let's make it exhibit number 2 for the district.
No.
And just so that we can mark where the changes, and just so we can mark where the changes are, can you just remind us which paragraphs we're looking at in order of what was changed? I think we start on page
2.
3. Oh, 2. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, actually, yes. Because we moved some things. It looks as if I see the, no, actually, that would be page 3, number 5. The source test must be conducted to comply with the following requirements. And I believe that is the chart, the way that it was suggested. Is that correct? Thank you. And let me go through.
By the way, that's very nice and clear. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And the next would be on page, excuse me, on page number 4, condition number 2, we left the original and we put an or in the event that you thought that a chart would be more helpful. It's the same chart, actually.
Is there a mistake on line 18?
Line 18. And 30 people.
Well, maybe knocks, after the and, the words knocks back should be moved right after the and, before the parentheses, and then the word PPM after the parentheses removed.
My prefer is we actually delete all the text and just go by respondents shall conduct the test. But if you want to keep the top part, and that PPM should be removed, yes.
Oh, I think
That
the,
extra
after the
PPM
or is all
after-
you need.
Right,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, let's get rid of the rest.
So we're going
So
to,
then-
oh,
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
so we're going to begin number 2 with respondent, and it shall end with the end of the chart, correct?
And so it's respondent that is found on line 20?
Correct.
After the word "or."
Correct.
Yes.
Or is removed.
That's much cleaner. And I should stop here because Mr. Wolf, you wanted to wait until it was written to make sure that you stipulate to what I guess both that paragraph and the corresponding finding as well.
Thank you, we agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next change, I believe, is number 8 on page 5. I don't think we changed it before. It's 30 calendar days on number 8.
Did we change, we did, we changed number 3, condition 3 on page 5 to read calendar days.
Correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the one you just pointed out was number 8?
Correct. Number 3. We changed it to calendar days instead of court days.
And I'm sorry,
Business days, excuse me.
can you explain why you changed number 8 from 15 calendar days to 30?
That was my original condition with Senator Hurst. Actually, we proposed 30 days. It was written at 15 days by mistake.
Okay, so the stipulation was originally to 30 days. Is that correct, Mr. Wolf?
Correct.
That is correct. Thank you. And on page 6, number 11, we just made an attempt to simplify it because at this point, the order will take precedent. So we just said respondents shall complete all emissions testing within the time period specified in this order. That way, it gets rid of all of the convoluted language that we had.
And then the final change is just in paragraph 13 with the number and including we did not include, did we include, oh, we did, and combustion, we
Yes.
did, okay. And no other changes at this point, is that correct?
No other changes at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Board members, before we move on, and I ask Mr. Wolf either to give his own testimony or to introduce another witness, do we have any remaining questions for Ms. Nguyen at this point?
Was number 7 page 5 changed, or was it how it was originally?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Number 7 on page 5.
Number 7, you don't have your microphone on. Number 7 on page 5.
How is
It was already 30, I think.
That was already 30 days?
30 days already? Okay.
Yes,
Calendar days or calendar days?
calendar days.
Because it doesn't say calendar.
It does not specify.
Oh, I'm sorry. Calendar days.
Thank you. So that is on number 7, on page 5, on line 18.
Thank you.
No other questions? Okay. And you have no other witnesses, is that correct?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Mr. Wolf, would you like to give testimony or introduce a witness to give testimony at this time?
We appreciate the opportunity to work with council, district council, on these stipulations. We have looked over the amendments that have been made and agree substantially with them. At this time, we have nothing further to present, but are certainly happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Pruitt, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to, thank you, just briefly. I wanted to clarify, I think a question was asked when the fire occurred.
So what I will do now is introduce the CEO, Jimmy DeSisto, and he'll be able to provide you more information about the fire.
Okay, so if you can, again, state your name, spell it for the record, tell us your title, and indicate that you took the oath today.
Yes, I did take the oath today. My name is James DeSisto, James DE capital SISTO.
Would you like Ms. Pruitt to ask Mr. DeSisto the questions specifically, Mr. Wolf?
In regards to the facility and its operations, James would be the best one to answer those questions directly.
Okay, Ms. Pruitt, you may ask Mr. DeSisto directly.
Thank you. Mr. DeSisto, can you tell us when the fire occurred? Well, you know what?
I don't have the exact date for you, but it was December of 2018.
And after that point, did you operate any of your ovens without the vent, the thermal oxidizer?
Line 2's oven was shut down for months after that incident because of the damage that occurred.
Okay, but did any of the other ovens continue to operate?
The other ovens did operate, correct, yes.
Would that be oven number 1
And 3.
and 3? And do you know when you submitted the permit for the thermal oxidizer to AQMD?
The initial permit,
Yes.
Ms. Pruitt, are you referring to the oxidizer that's proposed, or that was the original equipment? The one that was proposed is in March of 2019. I believe it was stipulated in this order as March 14th.
And the previous thermal oxidizer?
the initial oxidizer permits were submitted by the first vendor who was hired to build out the oxidizers for line 2 and line 3.
And can you tell me approximately when that was? A year or as close as you can come?
He was hired years ago. It had to be 2016.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting back to the fire, do you know what the cause of the fire was?
Stefan's probably better to answer that question. Stefan is my maintenance supervisor and extremely knowledgeable when it comes to the construction of the ovens.
So let's do this. Let's take anyone from respondent who can answer, but let's introduce the third witness. If you can state your name, spell it, tell us your title and that you took the oath today, and then we'll go from there.
I took the oath today. My name is Stefan Langstrup, and that will be My name is Stefan Langstrup, and that's Steffen Langstrup, Langstrup.
And what's your title, Mr. Langstrup?
I'm a plant engineer.
And before anyone answers a question, if any of you decide you want to, for the record, to be clear, if you can just state, this is Mr. Langstrup, and I'm answering the question, that would be helpful. Thank you. You may go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. What happened during the fire was, that caused the fire was the flashing from the stack caught the roof on fire under the source test.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand is, when you said that, or it was mentioned by our staff, that you did have other equipment from another manufacturer that was installed, but yet it was not operating because you had fear that there would be another fire? Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct. When we realized that the equipment didn't work and could cause a fire, we did not want to install the other one.
Maybe I can make that clear. This is James. 2 units were purchased from the initial vendor. Very expensive units, obviously. The first one was installed. The second one was then in transit to our facility, or possibly even in our backyard, when the first one created the fire. So this is maybe where the confusion comes in, but we had 2 units that were purchased by the initial vendor. So now we've purchased our third to down a whole new path to create even a better system to bring all 3 ovens into compliance.
Okay, and is the third one that you're talking about in the process of being permitted?
It
Or
sure
is
is. It is. It's in the process of being permitted, and we've even put a timeline together for you guys, if you'd like to see it.
If I may, this is Greg Wolf. It's the thermal oxidizer that the district has already issued the permit to construct for,
Okay,
and it is in the process of being constructed now.
what's the timeline on that? Do you have any idea?
So we did, over the break, generate an exhibit we'd like to introduce into the board hearing.
Let's pass that out, and if you can give Ms. Pruitt a copy as well, and then do you have enough for the members of the board? Do you have enough copies for all board members? We would need, I think, a copy for each board member. So if you can give them to the clerks, and then if you'd like to have it either one thing you could do is just bring one copy over to the overhead projector and testify from there, and then we can all see it. And we can mark it as an exhibit, even if it's not been handed out. We can mark it as Respondents Exhibit A, and we'll view it on the projector. And just give the clerk one moment to turn it over. And then what you need to do is just turn on the microphone next to you and pull it over to you.
Can I, before Mr. Wolf testify, I just wanted to get a clarification. Mr. DeSoto, there was some discrepancy between the dates we heard on the fire. Mr. DeSoto said it was December. We heard from the engineer it was May. It caught fire. So when exactly, maybe Mr. Langstrup might know this more accurately.
And also, we did hear it was 2017, November, that 2 was installed, and December 2017, that 3 was installed, and perhaps they meant 2018, but if you can clarify all of that.
We're not 100% sure of the dates, so that's a little confusing here about the dates.
How about the month? Not, so you're not sure of the month either?
No, I'm not sure about the months.
But you are clear that one was in transit, one afterburner was in transit at the time the fire occurred on the 1st.
Yes, the second one was sitting in our backyard.
But if the engineer had knowledge about some email correspondence, could we take her testimony as the reference date, or?
Can you say that again?
No, the engineer, I think, indicated that she had some correspondence with your facility.
Yes.
And she was notified when, of the fire, so and she indicated May 2018.
That's correct, we did,
Before you actually came to the facility.
yes. I kind of stepped in the middle of the whole thing, so.
Oh, okay, so, okay.
It was like after everything's done.
Okay, so we'll assume it was May 2018 that the fire occurred.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, you may proceed.
Can everybody see the projection?
No.
No, it's too small? Okay, I'm gonna then, let's just, the most important part, I think, and the part that we talk about that's really, like this is kind of interesting thing here, is this bottom part, which is, so over the break, lunch break, we plugged in some numbers to give confidence to the board that they'll be able to meet the December 2019 date with some action items, including the stipulated dates in terms of a protocol being performed, approved, the source testing being performed, approved, and then issuance of the permit. So if we,
I'm sorry, thank you. Madam Clerk, she has taken it upon herself to make copies. We appreciate you very much. And again, we're going to mark this as Exhibit A, so now we can follow along and it'll be easier for us to read. Thank you.
And I'll stay here in this position anyway, just because it's already up. So what we did, recognizing that there are some assumptions in terms of timelines, we have the green represents stipulated dates, and the yellow represents assumed dates that we are calling based on a projection versus set on the abatement order. And what we are doing, and what's been discussed, is that from the equipment that is arriving now and the ductwork that's going in now, they intend to be able to hook up the thermal oxidizer. The permit to construct authorizes their construction of that oxidizer next month. So we feel like the end of August would be a reasonable projection for us to expect the hookup and the start of the thermal oxidizer. From that date will cascade many events, all stipulated.
By hookup, do you mean installation as it's already stated in the conditions of the order?
Right, it will achieve full operation, which means that the ducting of all 3 ovens will be routed to the thermal oxidizer.
Okay, so right now, condition number 4 reads, respondent shall install the VOC control equipment and modify all 3 ovens to vent to the VOC control equipment by December 28, 2019. Is that what you are proposing will now occur by the end of August? And that includes installation of the ductwork and necessary equipment to vent ovens to the VOC control equipment?
Correct. We anticipate a substantial reduction in the time needed to vent the process to the control device. However, as we all recognize, that means that the operation of the control device has been installed and is operating under the temporary authority of the permit to construct, but it has not been source tested to demonstrate its control efficiency, which would meet BACT.
Okay.
So along those lines, we have notification of installation within 3 working days. And if you notice that little A05, these haven't been updated. I don't know if the numbering's changed, but A05 represents abatement order condition 5. So that represents a 3-day working day, should be calendar days now. So if we anticipate a August 30th startup in accordance with the condition of the abatement order, we would notify the district on Monday, September 2nd. We would submit a protocol 14 days after installation start, which would be September 13th. Then the district provided a range of 4 weeks, potentially more for this. We feel like we've already are stipulated to expedite that, so we are giving it a shorter range of 15 to 30 days, 18 days for the purposes of this schedule, which would give us an approved protocol in beginning of October. From there, we would go through the source test notification per condition 10. That would provide that in mid-September. The source test then would be scheduled, although it says Sunday, these are just dates, right? So obviously we'll be doing it on days of equipment operation. But assuming 30 days from protocol approved, we would do it before September 29th. That's the conducting the source test, then the source test report. We will provide the district, Tracy, Ms. Nguyen, with the preliminary results within 15 days of the test per abatement order condition 8. That would be in mid-October. Draft report, AKI is the presumed source test vendor, but they haven't actually been selected yet. That was just a placeholder. So the draft report from the source test vendor for review by the facility. Typically 2 to 3 weeks for that report to be issued. And as Ms. Nguyen mentioned earlier, the reason why that 30 days for the preliminary source test results, that wasn't changed. Should it be 30 days? It's because VOC testing requires a laboratory analysis. And the lab analysis takes a longer time than a analyzer in real time to get results. So rather than the 15 days for the NOx and CO, which can be almost right away of feedback through the analyzers, the lab analysis takes about 2 weeks. So we just put 2 weeks on top of the lab turnaround time. That will put us approximately late October to submit the test report officially to the district. Assuming that it can be approved in a timely manner, 30 days or so, that will put us with a hopeful issue date of the permit to operate at the mid to end of December. So that is presented to the board. Not so much, Cynthia, going into your question about, can we elaborate on where we are on the construction? That's just the first date. But this was prepared to give the board some assurance that we feel confident that we'd be able to meet the timelines of the stipulated order.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm wondering, given that you anticipate that you will be able to finish installation by August 31st, whether you are willing to stipulate to a date. It doesn't have to be the 31st. You can give yourself a little more time, assuming that there might be unforeseen circumstances, say, rather than August 31st, perhaps even September 30th, but sometime much earlier than December 28th, 2019, in condition number 4 for installation.
We'd have to talk about that separately, but that date in there was intended to give us a calendar to go by. There are other factors associated with the hookup because the ducting has not gone in yet. There are fan speeds that have to be considered. There's electrical that has to be considered. So we do project August because that gives us over a month, almost 6 weeks. And I can appreciate the fact that you're saying we may not have to go with August. Maybe it's late September. I think that might be something that's considered acceptable. We have to talk about what that date would be.
Okay. I know you'd have to be here and not consulting with everyone else, but I'll want to know an answer to that. Mr. Vellagopoulos.
Mr. Wolf, and typically, where is this thermal oxide going? Is it on the roof, on the ground? Are there issues with getting building permits from the city approval? Normally, we've seen the delays are actually trying to getting approval from the city of Torrance in this case. Has that all been taken care of? I mean, is this, you're projecting a very, and a schedule that seems like everything has been taken care of, and it's a matter of, hooking it all up. But we've only seen that as delays.
The thermal oxidizer is, Stefan Langsrup, the thermal oxidizer is installed on top of the oven on a platform that's already approved by the city. So we were so lucky that the 2 different machines actually had the same weight, so we could actually just move it right over there.
Is the new thermal oxidizer substantially different from the old one? Because now you're venting 3 instead of individually. So you say the weight is about the same, but
The weight is about the same. The old one is a thermal oxidizer, the new one is an RTO, but they're close to being the same.
and designed to handle 3 ovens,
The old one could only handle one, the new one can handle all 3 of them.
all 3 of them. And so it's essentially going where number 2, where the thermal oxidizer for number 2 was?
Yes, the old oxidizer was spending about 500 CFM, and the new one 1500, so it can take all 3 of them.
Sorry, could you say the numbers again?
The old oxidizer was pulling 500
Oh, 500, okay.
500 ACFM,
CFM.
and the new one 1500 ACFM.
Okay. All right. And so then you don't have to go back to the city or anything like that. So there's no delay on that end.
That's not.
What about the ducting and ductwork?
The ducting has to be put up because there was no ducting, so it's all new.
Right. And you don't need to get approval for that?
No.
No. And do you have to strengthen the roof or anything like that to get the ductwork
The ducting is hanging in the roof inside.
inside? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to item number 8 of the revised findings and decisions of the hearing, on page 3, I'm looking at District Rule 1303B, when they're referring to the emission reduction credits. Have you looked into what the cost would be for the emission reduction credit? Oh, it's not on, sorry. I was wondering why I couldn't hear that go. Okay, sorry. On page 3, number 8, under District Rule 1303B, there's a mention of emission reduction credits. Have you even looked into what that cost would possibly be?
This is Greg Wolf. I can answer that. So the market for VOC emission reduction credits are in units of pounds per day.
Right.
And those go in the range of $4,000 to $6,000 each pound. So using $5,000 per pound as an estimate, and the numbers that were being discussed earlier of 40 plus pounds per day each, it quickly adds up to over $500,000 in credit costs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of what that could possibly be. That's quite an amount of money that I know that you would have to look at if it's not in compliance.
And we appreciate that comment. That is the reason why we've also taken that 667 pound per month limit for the interim during this the stipulation, because we don't want to have to go to the market and buy credits that are of only a very short window of use to us, because those credits are intended to be 30, permanent emission increases.
So, so you're limiting the operation to 667 pounds. And one of the is that mitigating to some extent what, what they could produce and what they are now limited to by taking that 667 pound limit? And if so, how much reduction are we talking about production during the period while the order is in effect?
I appreciate that question, because it does get to the method of quantification for emissions. And as the district engineer provide testimony, those emissions that were presented were on a high yeast worst case condition. And Mr. DeSisto can be able to elaborate on the conditions that are now at the facility in terms of the summertime heat and the yeast amount that's necessary. But because of the timing of this, we feel that one of the things that can be useful in the mitigation or the reduction of emissions is to have low yeast products that will allow them to have a lower VOC monthly emission rate, uncontrolled. And beyond that, it would be mostly a production level reduction.
Do you know approximately a percentage of production limit reduction that you would end up with?
It all depends on the yeast percent, but the worst case yeast percent is 3, and we anticipate it being more around 1. So about a third of the VOC emissions because of the low yeast required.
A third, you mean a third, it'll be a third of what was calculated to be uncontrolled emissions, is that what you just testified to?
Correct.
Okay, how much additional reduction in your throughput or your production do you think you might have to do to be in compliance with that condition number 13?
So we look back at some records, some production records in the earlier part of this year, and we feel like we would be very close to be able to produce what was produced at the facility previously with low yeast numbers, but that in some cases there would be some could be some operating reduction if needed to be able to hit the reduction, the 667. That is also, by the way, why I asked and appreciate District's Council working with us on limiting it to 667 pounds per month for all operations, including natural gas, because we feel like that might be an area where we would be able to use less natural gas and cover any production loss.
What's the impact on either your customers or any contracts or anything of using a lower yeast and producing a lower yeast product? Is that detrimental?
This is James DeSisto. One very fortunate factor for us right now is that we're coming into our summer months, and now it's just starting to get hot. And as the bakery warms up, it reduces the amount of yeast per mix, and then also reduces the amount of time prior to the products hitting the oven. So we do not want to change the quality of the product to any of our customers, but believe through these next couple of months while we have the warm weather, as always throughout the summer, we can reduce that yeast quantity.
So given what you've just said, would you say that there is a great incentive for you to install the RTOs quickly so that you can get rid of that limitation?
Absolutely, and we want to do that. I would hope that this timeline that I provided you, we would even do better on than what we've set forth.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Sido, can you elaborate what kind of products you make?
Without sounding cocky or arrogant, Venice Bakery is the most innovative pizza manufacturing company on the planet. We created gluten-free pizza back in 2005, and today we make all the pizzas out in the marketplace made from cauliflower, broccoli, beets, zucchini, butternut squash. We are continuing to drive innovation in the world of pizza to provide our customers with nutritional products and create the indulgence of pizza to be a healthy experience.
As a gluten-free person, you're my hero.
I think she appreciates it.
Thank you.
I was going to say that. Mr. DeSoto, I had a question. What is it costing you for the new RTO? I mean, yeah, I'm pleased to hear that cost is not a factor in your delay in putting the control. I'm just curious what...
Cost is always a factor in everything.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, no, I know. But to be able to take care of all the people that work in our facilities, cost is always a factor. Over $300,000 was spent with the initial vendor that is gone, and $530,000 now with the second vendor to be able to achieve the compliance that we want for our emissions.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
You just brought up something that I am very involved in, and that's energy efficiency. Did they also give you any factors, any numbers in regards to how much more efficient the new equipment would be versus what you had previously?
Stefan Langsrup, the new one is actually 95% more efficient than the old one is.
That's
So
great to
it's
hear.
way more efficient. So that was one of the reasons why we choose this one. The old RTO is burning BTU right out in the air and just burning up, and this one recycle all the heat again, and that's why it's so efficient.
I'm really happy to hear that because that also goes to your bottom line.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Because I had, well, I wanted to, once you have an opportunity, I'll give you an opportunity to discuss it, whether you can agree on an earlier date for installation, and it can be a little more conservative than you've presented in terms of, it doesn't have to be the end of August, but if you can make it significantly earlier than December. And then I'd like to propose and see if we can get stipulation on this. Since we don't have a date for jurisdiction, I'd like to propose until that, rather than having a date certain, that we would state, unless terminated earlier, the hearing board shall retain jurisdiction over this matter until respondent has achieved compliance with all conditions of this order, but in no event later than, and we could say February, or why don't we say March 31st, 2020, which would then give us more time, should we need it, but end the order should you get it done quicker. And so I leave that to you also to determine whether the parties stipulate to that. And so if we have no other questions, Mr. Wolf, if you want to join Mr. DeSisto and Mr. Longstrup and maybe discuss if there's an earlier date for implementation, and then we can get stipulation also on jurisdiction date. We'll go off the record for a moment. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Wolf?
Thank you. So we've discussed the request, and just to make some clarification, this would be to condition 4. On page 5,
Go off of Exhibit 2, which is the most, is that what you're looking at?
correct.
Okay.
Exhibit 2, page 5, condition 4, under the heading of VOC control equipment. Respondent shall install the VOC control equipment and modify all 3 ovens, number 1, number 2, number 3, to vent to the VOC control equipment by December 28th, 2019, 6 months after the permit to construct was issued for the VOC control equipment, including installation of the ductwork and necessary equipment to vent ovens to the VOC control equipment. We wanted to make sure that we're clear that that is simply the venting of the ovens to that control device, and it's not the demonstration of compliance with the VOC testing requirements that are following that condition.
That's my understanding. Is that the party's understanding?
That's our understanding as well.
Yes.
Then we'd be fine with a September 30th date.
Thank you very much.
Just as a clarification, oh, sorry.
That was page 5 of Exhibit 2, so that's the most recent version we have. Condition number 4, line 6, the date of December 28, 2019 would become September 30th, 2019. Mr. Balagopalan?
What stage is the thermal oxidizer? Has it been delivered? It's under construction by the vendor? And when do you expect it to be delivered?
Stefan Langstrup. The RTO is actually done and will be delivered to Venice Bakery next week.
Is it an RTO or a?
It's an RTO.
It is an RTO?
Yes, that's an RTO.
Okay. Regenerative thermal oxidizer?
Yes.
Okay. And it'll be delivered next week, you said?
Yes.
And then about how many weeks you foresee in, so by September you should have everything hooked up and running?
That's correct.
And you're getting manufacturer warranty and guarantee on this one?
Yes, we do.
And what precautions are you taking to prevent a fire or whatever caused it last time?
We have been working hard the last couple of months to make sure that the roof was ready for the new one. Also, like the stack temperature is way lower. It's only 250 degrees compared to 1400 degrees. So that makes a big difference from when you put the stack through the roof. And that's why, because it's recycled the heat, that's why it's so efficient.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes.
This is James DeSisto. We have warranties and guarantees from the first vendor as well. So
Right.
that would be a whole nother process for later.
But I heard some testimony that you decided not to, it did it on your own instead of going with the vendor and you had some issues.
I'd had enough of that vendor
Oh,
and
okay.
needed to move on to make sure this was taken care of. I had
Right.
no more confidence in that vendor.
Okay, so okay, it's completely new when, yes. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And then the other thing I want to do before we close testimony is to make sure we have stipulation on that final, let's renumber those paragraphs too. Under modifications in jurisdiction, let's just number them 15 and 16 rather than 1 and 2, because nothing else under subheadings is renumbered. No. Okay, so on that, what will be number 16, what was number 2, I'd like to propose that it read, unless terminated earlier, the hearing board shall retain jurisdiction over this matter until respondent has achieved compliance with all conditions of this order, capital O, comma, but in no event later than March 31st, 2020. Yes. Unless terminated earlier, the hearing board shall retain jurisdiction over this matter until respondent has achieved compliance with all conditions of this order, capital O, comma, but in no event later than March 31st, 2020. And then it'll go on to say at which time the order, if it has not properly been extended, shall expire. And is there agreement? First, I'll ask Ms. Pruitt if you agree to that. Okay, and Mr. Wolf?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, are there, Ms. Pruitt?
There is one more correction that Ms. Nguyen pointed out to me. In number 12, onto the same page, number 6 that we are on, she's informed me that because we changed the dates to 30 calendar days in number 8, we need to change the date in number 12 to 45 calendar days.
Oh. Good catch, thank you.
We agree with that comment. Thank you.
So we're changing 30 to 45, and we're adding the word calendar.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, board members, any other questions before we close the hearing and testimony? Okay, I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public who wishes to be heard on this matter. And I don't see any. Ms. Pruitt, you're closing.
As well. In that this is a stipulated, it's relatively brief, other than the fact that I think that the facts are undisputed that Venice operated ovens numbers 1, 2, and 3 without venting to a thermal oxidizer for some 2 years for at least some of them. Presently, they have the permit to construct a new thermal oxidizer in which they will vent to all 3. We've gone over the time schedule, and it appears to be acceptable. My only question is, I just wanted them to be aware that the issuance of the permit to operate the bakery ovens is contingent upon the issuance of the permit to operate the thermal oxidizer. And I don't know that I don't see any connection between the two, but it's important that they realize that. And based upon our stipulated agreement, I think that the district is confident that they should be able to come into compliance by the agreed upon date.
And given that they have a temporary permit to operate, it should not affect, what you just stated, should not affect this order, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wolf, do you have any closing statement to make?
We appreciate the opportunity to be heard by the board and to work with council, district council, and the permitting staff, and we have no further comments.
Thank you, and before we deliberate, I just want to say, I know there was a lot we had to work out during this hearing, but I know a lot of work went into the stipulated order as proposed, so thank you very much for that. Would anyone like to begin our discussion of good cause? Since again, this is presented to us as a stipulated order, we do not need to make any kind of finding of violation of district rules at this time. We just need to deliberate on whether there is good cause to issue this proposed stipulated order. And if Mr. Balagopalan, you'd like to begin?
I believe we can find good cause. I think while they did install the thermal oxidizer on unit hour number 2, and then it burned, and I guess they were, because it was the same vendor, they probably were leery of installing the other unit for hour number 3. While there was some delay in coming with this new unit, I think it's they moved forward. I think we have in purchasing and installing it at a substantial cost. And I didn't mean to underplay the cost. That's only because we had some other companies that use that as a basis to prolong when they have to come into compliance. So really appreciate that you're pushing forward on the schedule, putting it in place as soon as possible to reduce the emissions, and you're venting all 3 units now to the RTO, which is going to be more efficient, use less energy than what you were doing there before, and to the maximum extent, I think you are, in a way, the weather plays in your favor, so you are sort of reducing, be able to produce with not having emissions higher than 667, which is over the 4-ton limits, which needs offsets, and we heard the substantial cost if you have to offset those emissions. So I think the fact that they are moving forward and willing to, from what we initially got a December date to agree to a September date to have it installed. I think the rest of the tune-up and the testing and all can fall in place, and there may be some reason for delay and so forth, but the main issue is having that unit running and controlling emissions, and it looks like by the end of September that should be occurring. So I think that's a good step they're moving towards doing and coming into compliance with the rule. And hopefully they can meet the NOx limits, for the ovens. If not, we'll probably see you here again, if that's a problem, but hopefully that won't be the case.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the fact that you worked so well with staff and that it was a mutual effort to get this corrected and on time with good time frame, and especially the fact that you are now going to possess a piece of equipment that's more efficient and that's going to, as I mentioned before, help your bottom line, but also, most importantly, reduction of emissions. So I appreciate the work of both sides of this.
I agree with everything that's been said. I definitely can find good cause. I think it's worth saying, when I first approached this case and I read the petition, it seems to me, which is the case, that there's been noncompliance for a significant amount of time. But hearing testimony today, I also just want to recognize the great expense that the company put themselves through to now get this RTO before even working out the issues on the 2 thermal oxidizers that did not work and that you did have the issues with. Also, the willingness to move it forward, and I think that there's a great incentive, as was made clear, because respondent is agreeing to reduce those VOCs drastically, to get it done quickly, the installation quickly, so that it can be done during the summer months. So with all of that, I think this is a good order that is as expeditious as possible. Anyone else have any thoughts? Senator?
In my view, based on the hearings and what is discovered during the hearing, that the district presented a strong case in terms of requiring the respondent to comply to certain conditions to reduce emission. And the respondent has done that. They've come to some agreement after long discussion to develop a plan of action that will reduce emission, and they will be in compliance. And so with that being the case, I say we should find good cause.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you. Everything that's needed to be said has been said already, so I won't reiterate it. I also had an issue with the period of noncompliance, but now during the hearing that will have been clarified, and the efforts that you've put forth are to be applauded. Not only good for the environment, but a good business decision as well. And we look forward to bringing everything to fruition. And thank you.
If there's no other comments, I don't know, Mr. Balagopalan, if you wanted to make a motion, or I could, whatever. I could go ahead and do that then. In the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Venice Baking, also known as Innovative Baking, case number 6144-1, I move that we issue the proposed, the revised proposed findings and decision that are stipulated to, found in Exhibit Number 2, based on good cause, as we've discussed, with the following additional changes. Let's see. On page 4, paragraph number 2 of the order, beginning on line 16, deleting everything from respondent on line 16 through the word or on line 20, which would leave number 2 reading simply, respondent shall conduct the NOx and CO source tests within 30 calendar days after receipt of approved protocol as follows, and the chart. Also on page 5, line 6, changing the date of December 28th, 2019 to September 30th, 2019. Line 18 of the same page 5, after 30, the number 30 in parentheticals, the word calendar, so it would read 30 calendar days. That is number 7, line 18. Then on page 6, number 12, line 5, we would be changing it to read within 45, spelled out, and in parentheses, the number 45, calendar days. Within 45 calendar days. Renumbering on that same page 6, numbers 1 and 2 at the bottom under modifications in jurisdiction to be numbers 15 and 16 of the order, and then changing number 16 on jurisdiction to read, unless terminated earlier, the hearing board shall retain jurisdiction over this matter until respondent has achieved compliance with all conditions of this order, comma, but in no event later than March 31st, 2020, at which time the order, if it has not been properly extended, shall expire. And that completes my, oh, sorry.
Number 9 on page 3, it's a minor thing, but if you look at that line 23.
I'm sorry, which page was it?
Page 3, number 9. Oh, it's not the finding, so maybe the, yeah, it says that perform tests on all 3 ovens that meet the limit, we don't know. I think to meet the limits, you know, it sort of implies you only test on ones that meets the limit.
Performance was tested on all 3 ovens. What part are you saying needs to be changed?
The performance sources on all 3 ovens that meets the NOx limit, so it should to meet the,
Oh, to meet?
yes.
We can change this as perform a soil test to demonstrate compliance with the NOx BACT requirement of 30 ppm NOx.
Okay. Say that again? Perform a source test.
Performing a soil test on all 3 ovens to demonstrate compliance with the NOx BACT requirement of 30 ppm at 3% of oxygen.
And is that acceptable, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then that would be part of my motion as well. So just to be clear on the record, page 3, line 23, in paragraph 9, this is of the findings. It will now read, 2, perform a source test on all 3 ovens to demonstrate compliance with NOx BACT requirements of 30 ppm at 3% oxygen. That completes my motion. Is there a second?
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Bernstein seconds. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator, how do you vote? Aye. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for a good hearing, and good luck.
Thank you.
We have one more item on the agenda, and we're going to take let's take until the top of the hour, 2 o'clock, both to change over. I know the clerk needs to come in, and also, and that's going to be our hearing board general meeting, and we're going to be discussing changes to the rule. So hearing board members just take until the top of the hour to review. We're off the record.
Low carb, cauliflower pizza, keto friendly.
off the date, discrepancy on the date, that would be wrong, with the wrong version of the condition we sent to you. All of them caused by that. It wasn't my mistake. All the date that my original condition was.
Your mic is on.